Hello everybody, welcome, it's Thursday, and Thursday means it's time for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, and I can't wait to continue on with this weird secret case.
Time to saute.
Hi!
Oh no, I thought this was just a flashback case, so it's gonna be like...
Yeah, I know that time, it's... Yeah.
Hi.
It's gonna be... Oh, hi.
Hi. Hello.
Oh, you mean as the...
Yeah, I mean, in the
Yeah.
flashback, it's gonna be her instead of Iris, so I can at least go get some... I can saute some mushrooms. Hi, Molly.
Great! I'm happy for you.
The mushrooms could
Yeah.
not be stopped.
You
The
are not,
mushrooms cannot-
streaming... there we go.
Oh, there.
I know. I'm getting there.
Some people don't know.
Yeah,
That's
there's definitely
good.
been times where somebody didn't know, and it's always funny.
It's always me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah.
Thank you, Em. I like this top too. It's one of my favorites.
Where'd the window
Where'd
go?
the mouse go?
It's there, I see the mouse.
No,
it didn't show
the
off.
mouse.
It didn't show up in here on the title screen last time either.
Oh, okay. Also, Miles is dying.
Oh.
Rest in peace, Miles.
Okay. Great.
Miles is dying.
This ain't about him.
This ain't about him, this is about Olive. I want to know who's in that shadowy picture.
I don't know. It's the 21st of
Yeah,
I mean,
February.
Yeah, it sure is.
Where?
Okay. It's the 21st February, 5:30. Yes, Miles?
I popped out the window for Discord, like the one that's supposed to have and it's gone.
Oh no!
Like it's just like I click on it and it's just not there.
What?
What?
I don't know. Like
You might have
What
to
the
leave and
fuck?
come back.
I did. I quit Discord and came back.
Did you like task manager close everything?
I mean, I'll try that, I guess.
Yeah, Discord likes to linger. It won't just close. You gotta like.
Oh, I mean,
force
I
it.
went to the thing in my bar in my toolbar and closed it there.
I don't know. Discord's
Hold on.
being fucky.
Yes, the
They
British
never left.
accents are back. They did leave,
They
Shasta.
are
They
indeed back.
distinctively did leave.
No, they didn't.
Shasta,
Yes, they did at the beginning of this game of this one in particular. We were not in England.
nobody had a British accent last time except the person who died. So yes,
She
the
talked
British
a little
accents
bit.
are back. Anyway, it's the 21st of February, 5:30 a.m.
Yeah.
St.
There
Bart.
for a second. I'm saying go on without me. I was trying to say that. I figured this out.
I was trying. We're at the St.
I'm sorry,
Bartholomew's
we
Hospital
started at the same
recovery
time.
ward.
Oh God!
There you are at last.
Finally, you got through that first line.
You've been staring at the calendar for nearly 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. It's very early. I'm quite tired.
I think not.
Okay.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Turns out I had to unhide all my windows, which you do it with the Windows key and D, which I did not know was possible.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
I guess I hit it at some point.
Weird.
No idea.
You're late. What on earth took you so long?
It's 5:30, my
Having computer
dude.
difficulties.
It is 5:30, my dudes.
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. Gotta get back to her voice in a British accent. God.
That's right. It's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time.
The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy.
Telegram boy. Telegram boy.
Telegram boy.
And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been aroused at such an hour, I sent one to you.
God, you're such a dick.
God.
Thanks for that.
Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. He's only just regained consciousness.
Oh!
Did you get to meet her?
You should introduce yourselves. I shall observe from here.
Oh, I love her so much.
Ah!
So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back.
Her name is... Oh, yes, here we are. Miss Green.
She looks so tiny.
Olivia Green, right?
Olive.
I
Olive.
think it was Olive.
It's just
It was
Olive.
just Olive. They didn't even go that far to obfuscate it. It was just Olive.
Olive Green. Oh, because she likes green. I love green.
Yeah,
and,
she-
and
I
also
think she
olive
just
green
looks
is
like
just
an
a
olive.
color.
Yeah, right.
Look, there's a photograph in this frame here.
Is that?
Oh,
No.
yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. It does look like Lady, but...
I think it's definitely
I
not,
don't think it
Yeah, I don't-
is.
Mm.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say.
I don't trust this
Perhaps-
game to have more than 12 people.
Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? I think it looks like her brother.
Yeah, that's true. They got like the same kind of. But
Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart.
It's the
Heart.
heart.
Just
Heart?
just one. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. I'm Alex now, apparently.
what did I do?
Say the first thing you think
I
of.
didn't say
Hmm.
fucking anything.
This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
Yep, it's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Oh, interesting.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
Am I gonna have to shove you out a window?
I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Full-figured. That's what they're calling it these days.
That's what the kids call it these days.
Big bone.
These days, the 1880s.
the implication being that you're not whole unless you're bigger. That you are not full.
I'm
You're not a
half figure.
You are not full. You are just figured.
You're
I'm empty figured.
Empty figure.
Herlock is missing a lot of pieces. Just a tall, skinny string bean.
There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
Huh. If you were a patient here, I'm sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. Sorry, I can't I still can't. I can laugh on command if it's creepy.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mr. Sato.
Am I missing a running joke where he does stuff when he's not mostly asleep?
No, it's the fact that the cabinet's under the bed, right? Like so
Okay. When you
like
you would
he
have
said
to
his safety
sit
all those
up
bottles
and then
there.
turn around.
well, the original thing was, is it safe to put those bottles there? And Society was like, you could get into that while you were half asleep.
Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo?
It's for the mice.
I seem to remember an almost identical sign in our local park. Is it to do with the mice?
For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this.
She keeps feeding the rat, and I...
Hey, little guy.
An enormous mouse!
I told you it was a mouse!
With a big-ass mouse.
Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. What's it been eating?
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking.
She could fit inside that bag.
Be a bag of mystery. She could. I imagine her in the bag with a little head popping out.
Yeah.
This must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her.
Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel.
He wants chocolate at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, that's the only thing that can keep him going.
Yeah, it is 5:30 a.m. Alright.
Anytime's a good time for chocolate.
Good morning. Oh.
She looked at us!
Oh, she's a painter!
She's delightful!
She's an artist.
Hello. I'm, Rinosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Oh, she's delightful.
Who wants her?
Either Levi or Alex.
I'll take her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no! Was it your knife that? Are you the man who?
Mike is peeking for me.
Oh, my mic got to back the fuck up a little bit.
No. I'm a lawyer.
And I'm Susato Mikotaba. Pleased to meet you.
Oh no! What's it good, my friend? Are you the one?
Oh man. She's just heard that
No.
it's a Japanese person who did it.
And yeah, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
It would be incredibly funny if she's just been asking that of literally anyone.
Everyone who walked in the room.
She asked that to Herlock too.
Probably.
We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Because she couldn't see who did it, so she just constantly was like, oh fuck, did you do it? Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green, I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist.
Olive, you are an artist. That's how it works.
But the truth is, I don't have any talent. No, I don't. But it's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. What?
No, Olive!
Oh boy.
Has anyone explained to her what actually happened?
I
I
don't think so.
don't think that's related, actually.
I want to see what you were painting, girl.
Gosh, this young woman seems to be bent over backwards to put herself down.
Very
See.
East Asian of you.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose.
I don't know what that key's about. What's the key?
Serpsective.
To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Elmo!
That's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Oh, well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly. By none other than I, Sherlock Sholmes.
No. No, you didn't.
You were unconscious too. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in the court that solved the case. You were unconscious here.
No, that's
No,
that
was the other.
3 months later.
Wrong case. He does get shot. Okay, yeah, I know. He was just being an idiot on this case.
Yeah, he just
Yes.
kinda, like,
He's just being an
he just kind of was a jackass and then disappeared. It's
Yeah.
like, all right, I did my job. Bye, bitch.
Yeah. No, because this was the Saseki case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Oh, please. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. It is one of two police officers. It is either Gregson or it's it's Pat. Is it Pat Roll?
No, Rolly.
Or
Rolly.
I'm thinking of the other character that's
No,
uses
I'm pretty
patrol
sure Rolly is
Yeah.
not coming because he specifically was definitely arrested, or at least no longer a police officer.
No,
That's
he
fair.
was specifically put back on the force by Van Zeeks.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
After his testimony, Van Zeeks said, "Go home, take a day off. I'm letting you off the hook this time, but you're dead if I see you again."
I think it was it was clearly that he was like worked too hard, overtired sort of thing, and he's like, all right, go sleep, go do your job, shut the fuck up.
Mm.
I'm so sorry. I should have never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I have to stretch. Thanks, Em. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be Gregson. They wouldn't. I don't think
He's
they
the
would.
only police officer who exists.
I don't think they would bring back Rolly. He's just a patrol officer.
Comes true.
They bring back random people for like little bits, which is I like about this. It's a small world.
There's only 7 people in all of London.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, we're all so relieved you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green.
That's a good joke. Good joke.
It's a good joke. Don't make fun of him. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. I've got to upgrade it to a college.
Hi, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
It's an all-lesbian school.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh, no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
Can't handle...
I see. How very interesting.
I'm no longer excited to talk to her.
Why? Because
I
she fucking hates herself?
I hate it when people just constantly put themselves down. I hate it.
Didn't that Danganronpa character do it all the time, and you loved her?
Mikan?
Yeah.
I didn't like that part about her.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here.
I forgot that it had already existed at this point.
And Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre.
Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes?
Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. He's really trying all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Inferior means? I suppose Saseki-san does fit the bill.
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all.
What's this? She suddenly clammed up.
She's been clammed up this entire time.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh, dear me. Do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Including myself. I'm gonna put myself in the bag, and someone's gonna come pick me up.
Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green.
Oh man, is
Narrow
there
fodder.
Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder?
Narrow fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo the lawyer, that's me, but...
Hi, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg.
Saucy Nutmeg?
What the? What in the fuck?
Oh!
Someone is named Saucy.
It's gotta be
It's-
that guy, right?
It's so Seki.
It's Soseki Natsume!
Oh,
If we were talking
right
about
over my head.
this person's mother, it would be Mr. Saucy Nutsmegmas.
No.
I fucking hate you.
I
fucking hate you, and I don't want to continue.
You are going to get permanently removed from voice acting this game if you say anything like that ever again.
Oh.
I regret nothing.
Mr. Natsume sent a message to me?
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Because he got arrested again.
Yeah, I got arrested again.
Exactly.
What he was alluding to.
What's going on?
Oh my god.
It just says, oops, I did it again.
What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning?
What are we waiting for? Let me see that.
No, it's not for you. Fuck off. Oh.
Did you hear what he said? It's for Mr. Narrow Fodder.
Well, this is most unexpected.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes?
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says? Have you not seen this note?
No! You literally just took it out of my hands! How could I have?
It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest.
Oh my god.
A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Can I see the note that was for me?
Murder?
No.
Murder? Murder?
Call a cab.
Murder.
Time is of the essence.
But
I gotta get back into the accent, it's been so long.
the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That will be entirely convenient.
What?
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows.
Can I read it?
The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings.
Wait. What?
I'll hail a fiacre at once.
Hmm.
Nah.
Sure.
Cab.
It was only yesterday that
It's like a carriage. A
Yeah.
carriage for hire.
it was only yesterday that Saseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now the
Just
very
make sure you
next
look
day,
under the thing to make sure there's not a child in there.
there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Oh, so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought.
Please don't let it be the Shakespeare boy. I want him to live.
One of them is dead. One of them is dead.
Yeah, but I'm fine if it's the guy that I voiced very briefly and couldn't do the voice of. So, I want him dead.
You mean the guy with like the magnum chin?
Yes.
Yes.
21st February, 7:18 a.m., Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor.
Took you 2 hours?
Nope.
No!
Get fucked.
God damn it!
Get
I wasn't looking
fucked.
forward to being him.
What on earth?
God damn it!
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead.
Okay, it's a fake out.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Mr. Natsume.
Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just gotten out of court yesterday! I was finally home after 2 days of misery! And then I wake up the next day to this! No early bird should catch a worm like this! Woeful worm without wiggle!
No! No! It can't be!
Not without the wiggle!
Not without wiggle!
I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
You should not be here. He's going to kill you.
Ah! Not the horror! Herlock Sholmes!
Hair.
Herlock Sholmes! Shoo, shove off! Show yourself to the door, I never invited you! Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
Susato, he literally got Natsume arrested last time.
I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
I really don't like that Sholmes calls him Mr. Mustache.
Hey.
Here they are. Already. The busy boys.
Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise.
Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes.
It's probably all the fish and chips, Gregson.
No, it's Sholmes.
It's 7 a.m. It's 7
Give me
a.m., my
space.
dude.
And you've got infinite fries.
This is my only comfort.
Ha! I
Oh,
deduce,
I
Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food.
The game makes a joke 5 seconds later.
Fucking nailed it. Good morning, Inspector.
This is the crime scene. Don't you go touching anything.
Or
Aw,
good
thanks,
morning
Em.
to you too, sunshine.
I just love him looking
I'm-
so sad.
I'm really sad that I don't get to be voicing this guy because I had a lot of fun for like the 2 lines I had as him.
Yeah, he was so fun. Why him? Why
Oh,
not
I
the
s-
Chad?
Oi, I said ends off. Gonna mess up my crime scene.
Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all.
No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess up just by looking at it.
Ugh, someone's in a bad mood.
There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there?
Greggson's like, sorry, I
All
farted
right.
all the fried food.
You need to like
Making me
get
gassy.
drastically away from your mic mid laugh when you do that because of how he throws himself back.
I don't have enough chair for that.
Alright. It sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor.
Curry flavor.
So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he?
Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger, yeah.
Christ.
William Shamspeare.
Shamspeare.
Christ.
As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens. Or just dead.
Mr. Shamspeare?
It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. Fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garrideb got worried and kicked the door down.
Just kicked it in. But, doesn't Mr. Gerdib have a bad leg?
Oh, sorry, he didn't do it. His wife did. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking.
Really? So Seki-san?
Jittery Japanese hunchback.
Or so
Victim was
sick?
pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. Jeez.
So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene?
I hate that he just sticks it into his pocket. Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter.
You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
Certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an old fellow, doesn't he?
Oh man, how unfortunate he's just so sus by nature.
He's so sus.
Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. Body's still warm.
Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body.
He just fades into the foreground there, yeah.
What a terrible thing to have happened.
His looking back part of the animation is like really fitting here.
With this guy back there,
Yeah.
it's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experience.
So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose.
So did you know the victim? Were you friends? Oh. I hated him.
Yeah, he was kind of a
looks back.
dickbag, actually.
Looks back again.
He's afraid the guy can get up and stab him.
What's the matter with Soseki-san
Good
now?
God.
It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it?
Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger.
Were you dating?
But he had never invited me to his room. Never. On my honor, I swear it.
Okay.
What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking for you to come. Through that inspector over there!
Yes, Sholmes?
Sherlock. Well, yeah, was he? So they only fucked in this room. What is?
What a guy.
He is just holding that pose.
He's balancing on one foot. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally.
There's nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes! Have you made some miraculous discovery? Have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
Sure you
I
have.
gotta
I
get
bet you have. Yep. Yeah, it is expressly winter time. You buy.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have made two incontrovertible conclusions.
I bet they are.
The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which Tim fought for his life.
Won't pick me up.
Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow?
No! Don't mind me, forget I was here!
5 Cyclops.
And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
Nonsense!
Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions?
No, please. Pretend I'm not here.
It's extremely difficult to do that when you keep shouting.
I love this fucker so much.
Invisible, inscrutable, insignificant.
Impossible to ignore.
You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. No detail. I gotta slow down with her.
Detail.
Yeah.
Spare no detail. I get excited.
But of course.
And you are one of the fastest talkers I know.
Right?
Yeah.
Your normal speaking voice is just fucking...
Speedy.
I try to talk as fast as you when I get excited, and I just like start stumbling over my words.
Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts.
We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Solmes in the past. They've all been wrong. No doubt, this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time?
So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular, Act 1.
The game is afoot.
I haven't heard this music in a while.
Cause of death.
Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night.
So Seki's so twitchy.
Look at this fucking dweeb. He's fucking
Foam at the
dead.
mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison.
Is that just a stick of butter on that plate?
We're gonna prove him wrong by saying no, he actually had rabies.
Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe,
It looks like butter.
1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably.
Why
Did he
is-
fucking eat some soap?
Why is there a bar of soap on a dinner plate?
Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes.
What?
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer.
And then he looks at the camera. Fucking Soseki looks and fucking jims the camera.
He's
What?
like,
This is
Fork.
what happens when you wash out your child's mouth after swearing. Is
They
that
die.
Get an addiction to it, and then eventually they die.
It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life.
uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he could not resist devouring the slippery feast.
What are you talking about?
This is the 1880s equivalent of the don't eat Tide Pods situation.
Huh?
But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison.
Especially not this soap. This soap is probably made with lye.
As opposed to truth.
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate.
I'm sorry.
The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap.
Uh-huh.
Though personally, I have great interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course.
Herlock?
I'm sorry?
They smell so good, yet taste so foul. A conundrum.
My man eats candles.
Is this kid, like, is this his version of, like, what were the drugs that Sherlock Holmes was always into?
In
All of them?
fair.
Opium? Yeah.
But like instead of opium, he's just eating candles.
Hmm.
The PG version.
I'm very sorry for his digestive tract. What am I saying? He's British. I'm already sorry for his digestive tract.
No, Em, we have not all eaten a candle. No. That is in fact not
Oh,
correct.
Please, we've all done it.
My cousin took a bite out of a urinal cake once.
He did what? Why?
We have a soap eater chat.
Cause he was
I
like,
went to in my first day of science in high school, my teacher like said, take notes on this thing, and it was a candle, looked like a candle, and we all thought it was a candle, and she picked it up and just ate the whole thing, and it turned out it was a potato with an almond on top that from a distance looked like a candle. She's like, never assume anything.
Just a full ass raw potato?
Yep, and she's like, I like raw potatoes, and we're like, what the fuck? That is the stranger thing than that whole experiment.
My mom would eat raw potato.
Raw potato is dangerous. You're playing a dangerous game with raw potato. You're gonna get fucking
Yeah, some potatoes are grown with knives in them.
No, you're gonna get
Yeah.
solanine poisoning and
The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question.
Why the fuck does he look like this? Well, he's a theater kid. There you go.
Emily
fucking-
Shark?
Are you saying you drank, like, melted candle wax?
Emily?
What?
Emily
Your shit
Shark.
must have been-
You're
Your
fucking
shit
with
must have
us.
been wild for like a week.
You're fucking with us. That burns, man. What? No, absolutely no way. I don't believe that. How black? How drunk? What?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like your shit's gotta be weird for a while. That does not feel good in your tummy.
That's so bad.
Was this suicide or murder?
I mean, why was he eating soap? Sholmes?
Your age does not change this, Em. 17 was like 3 years ago for you.
17 is old enough to not drink candles.
Guy, look at this
He's up for candle drink.
I should call you Trevor.
The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper.
Incredible. Thank you for the reset, Miles.
Or rather, Last Soper.
Oh.
I'm gonna kick you.
Did the man dine and die alone? Single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal would have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock.
Didn't that happen this morning?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, did he literally say he kicked down the door earlier?
Though forced open now, at the time of incident, this door was locked.
Okay.
And the sole key was in the victim's pocket.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now this
That's
is
what he's going
deduction.
at. I will say that is a better deduction than the door was broken. Like, this is one step better than I expected from him.
In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter.
I'm sorry?
Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes's great deduction.
We're gonna prove him wrong, and then Gregson's gonna be like, "Oh, okay, so then it was Saseki."
Right.
It's like,
yeah.
fuck.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
I'm eating strawberries right now, so I really feel in character.
Gregson makes me so hungry.
Have you eaten dinner today,
Yep.
Justin?
Of a sort.
Oh,
Of a
geez,
sort.
go eat. While we were first here and investigating things, I sauteed some mushrooms.
So we heard.
Great.
That's what
I
You
am
hear it?
giving you a meaningful look, Shasta.
I got.
Alex, you opened the stream saying, I'm gonna go saute some mushrooms.
Right, but I didn't do it immediately.
I'm glad you did do it.
There's just... Oh, no.
There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes.
You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you?
Who are you, Columbo?
Well, no
I
matter
was
how
also about to make a
hungry
phone
he
joke.
was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap?
It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing.
What?
How extraordinary! I was muted.
In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past.
Of course
Oh
he
my
has.
You've
God.
eaten it, you mean?
My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut.
That was like last week, wasn't it?
What if just verbatim, word for word, he repeated M's like
Right.
story
M's thing.
about
One time when I was
drunk?
drunk,
I
I
was drunk
drank
at 17.
candle wax.
I had drunk a lot of grape juice.
And did it.
As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did.
Mm.
The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous.
Yeah.
Really.
It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it.
Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
Oh? What's that?
It's Mr. Natsume.
Yeah.
Ah! I couldn't help but noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye.
The whole time.
Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. No, nonsense.
Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last.
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
They always do. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp.
Very nice of you to say it that way.
He has the tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does
That's
that, it falls on us to straighten things out.
That is truly the most perfect way to describe that.
Alright then. Let's see what we can do.
Now, the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions. And discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
Yeah, what he meant to
What he
say.
meant to say, yeah.
What he meant to say in the
that
first place.
case, are you ready for the second performance of the day?
Take two.
Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1,
Revised.
Part 2.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Disconsolate room. Foam. Poison.
I want this guy to actually be doing a very intense performance art piece that he's been laying here for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm like really hoping he's
It's
still
too
alive.
weird that he's still warm.
Yes, he's still warm, and like we started this walking in this room with, oh, he's definitely dead. Like so I was like, yeah, he's so dead. Oh my god. It was a weird line. When we first like spun around him and zoomed into him, it looked like you couldn't see his chin, and so I was like, wait a second, but no.
Is it the chin dude?
Well,
Yeah,
what
that's
you were
what I thought.
thinking?
That's what I thought. I was like, they switched outfits.
you can't deny that a fork
he had-
implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something.
Yes, true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks.
And of course, only have the bar if soap is left on the plate.
But might there not be some other explanation?
You're gonna be so bad.
Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap.
Did the victim really eat soap?
I'm
What is
reposting
that?
this just in the Ace Attorney channel because it belongs there, so the whole server can see it. He's just looming.
Can we check his mouth?
Just gonna pull him up by his wig.
Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap?
The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing.
How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so that he could gulp as much down as possible?
Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover he's been made out to be.
No, I can't spin around that
wait,
far.
No, wait, look near his hat.
There it is.
It's on the fucking floor.
Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must have really loved the stuff.
Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table?
What the? How can that be?
I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
Indeed.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer.
It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap.
Of course. Nothing.
Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite.
That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table.
An excellent opposition, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us well with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap and...
Besmirched.
I think my favorite animation is Herlock's fighting.
It's so good.
It's so silly. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument, then.
Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it.
If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all.
Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it?
I'm going to assume we're looking for the teacup. What the fuck is on his pants?
Pivot. Yeah, I feel like it's something on him because the way this is zoomed in is very weird. But maybe it's the stain? Okay.
No, it's the teacup.
Oh, it's just a teacup.
This one's not going to be complicated. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup.
Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop.
There's no sign of food anywhere in the room.
Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in the teacup.
Poison in the tea. Pondering. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far.
Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamsby was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me
Is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems.
We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words,
Fuck! Wouldn't
This-
pick me up, sorry.
this is a strong indication that the victim's Last Supper, there was a guest present. Why does that?
Where's fair play?
Yeah, why does that look like fair play?
It looks like fair play.
Yeah.
What?
I was about to say,
That's a
what?
strong figure.
What other poisonings happen in 1 other than John? I guess there's a lot of I guess it's like the same amount of poisonings as there are guns in his 34.
At the very least, we can now say with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind Bruce Fairplay having a murder breakdown.
What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
Nobody is suspecting you, Saseki, except Gregson, but like,
Except the one person who could actually do some cause problems for you.
To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly.
In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table?
Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow.
Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death?
Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock.
I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now.
I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap.
But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about.
To ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. These Soseki's books.
They've gotta be.
At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially.
I wonder what they are. Let's see, the titles read... Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for the Gabbro. Gaborio.
Wait. I'm sure I've heard those titles before.
It could just be an incredible coincidence, but... They're the exact same that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day.
What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Soseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right.
And now these 3 titles are here in the room of the victim.
Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think?
I really don't know what to make of it.
Oh... Soseki...
Take that!
Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is this pile of familiar books.
Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are in this room. It's the link to the truth.
Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! It won't let me pick it up! Ah!
Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop.
That's just... coincidence!
In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
Non-negotiable!
We just
All we got was non-negotiable.
just non-negotiable.
Never! Hold on, I'm gonna mess with my audio settings again. Have I been having problems the whole time?
A little bit.
It's-
I think it's when you get like really into it's specifically Soseki.
So Soseki's an exception?
Yeah.
Because of the range of your voice, I guess. That you
Yeah,
speak in.
I jump up. I also get louder faster. Right, so it doesn't have to, like, it's weird about it, but I will.
If you can't bring your own
Let's see
copies
if that,
here,
let's see if that's better.
it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. That was really weird! Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that.
In other words, you could have only brought these 3 books here to the victim's room.
Oh, thank God, that's how they portrayed it.
Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey.
This is very ominous.
Yeah.
In short, there's only one possible conclusion. I don't know. I read that as in shorts, and I was like, wait, what?
In shorts.
The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning.
And that same night, the victim had a visitor.
And that visitor
Was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction.
Look at this mouse. I shall call you Trevor. Alex, thanks for gifting a sub to Nat.
I was trying to get M directly, so no more ads. But for some reason, I can't give M a sub. It
What?
won't let
Like, at
me.
all?
You can't.
At all. It's only M, too. And I think it's maybe I might feel like someone has before, but it seems like maybe it's an international thing.
Weird. I can I can
weird,
click on their name and I get the
If you click
gift a
on it
sub
and then go to
button.
gift sub, and then if you click on it, it takes you to the payment page and says something went wrong. I tried it also with Nat, and it would let me do it with Nat, so it seemed to just be an M thing. It was very weird.
Rip.
But so then I just was like, all right, let's see if the lottery will do it, and it went to Nat anyway.
Ah.
You're welcome, Nat.
Hey there, little guy. Look at this mouse.
Well,
I shall call you
That person's not even in chat.
Thanks for gifting a sub to QWERTY Ghost.
Because it goes to just random follows if it doesn't have anyone in chat that it can do. So,
What is this face?
Weird.
Yeah, sorry, something's gone wrong. Please try again.
Aw.
Not again. Not again. Not again. I can't go back to jail. Not again.
Whips out a gun.
I'm not going back to jail.
You
The
can't-
joke's too funny.
You're not taking me!
Yeah.
You'll never take me alive.
Well then, Mr. Natsume. Oh, we got Gritty Ghost to come to stream. Hello.
Hello, QWERTY Ghost. Yes, you were just the recipient of a gift sub. Welcome, welcome.
It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again.
But wait. Hold your horses.
Yes?
Door, key, locked. Entry, exit, entirely impossible.
He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal.
What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy.
Oh, well, thank you for lurking. Welcome.
Oh. Yay.
What?
You live in the same building after all. You'd have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure.
But. Misery me!
Don't worry, sir. You'll get your chance to give the side of the story later.
The historical Natsume didn't have an amazing time in England, but I don't think he had. It was as bad as getting arrested twice in 1 week.
We did look up. We went to his wiki page, like the actual Natsume's wiki page, to see if he had ever mentioned maybe getting arrested in England. I don't know. Nothing. It just says he fucking hated it. And
It
that's
was just terrible. Just sucked.
Now he has good reason.
Bells, Mr. Mustache.
You horrible hairlock Jones!
He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he?
Come on now, don't dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me! Please, please! I'm innocent!
Hey there, little guy. Look at this nose.
I should call you Trevor.
Shasta, thanks for gifting a sub to TV, which is Tony.
Oh, yay.
I was trying to get it off before the hype train
And,
expired, but I seem to have failed.
Ah.
Continued,
Rip.
fuck you, M, I guess.
It probably has something to do with the currency exchange. Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it.
And one more thing.
Oh, yes?
My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me! Oh.
Little baby kitty. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Saseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. I think Twitch recently, started doing sub pricing based on geographical location.
Oh yeah, I remember getting emails about that the taxes are now different based on where you are.
Yeah. So that's probably why it's no longer working. I don't know if it's intended to be like that. It might be a bug with this new pricing system scale thing they've got going on, but that might be why it's not working right now.
Sorry, Em.
Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. It was all his fault.
My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you.
No. It was your deduction. Since you like to take claim for all of the ones that I've helped you with before. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now.
Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course...
What?
Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garodeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare.
Ah, Mr. John Gerdeb, yes.
I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor, as usual.
Right, we must remember to go talk to him later then. Now we can look around the room. I want to look at this candle.
This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it?
Where does the audience sit, though? For the nightly Shakespeare performances?
Aspiring actors to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock defense. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office.
What?
Then you could practice your art every single day.
I'll think about it. if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge.
Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. Hello?
Molly? Molly?
Doing something.
Susato and a beard to the list of things to do.
This I have to see.
No,
Now
Izzy,
this,
you
I
should
have
tell us more how much you love Susato.
Have I told you lately that I love Susato? She's perfect. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights. A gas stove. London really is a city of gas.
Even its Pokemon.
But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they?
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Damn, that feels dangerous. Well, I much prefer real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Okay. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind.
Ah, this is a gas meter, I think.
Oh god, are we gonna have to know how to read a gas meter? I don't know how to read a gas meter.
I'm sure they'll teach.
They're gonna tell us how to read a gas meter. There's
No,
no
they're
way
not.
to assume that.
And they will never ever stop fucking talking about it. They
Yeah,
will
it'll-
keep
if they-
bringing it up over and over again. There will be someone on the jury whose entire job is reading gas meters.
I mean, that's an actual job, though.
I know. And
So
fucking
is surgeon, and they still had to talk. Like,
yeah.
I
the
was
surgeon,
I was
like,
I was
just
specifically
patients
referencing
manager.
the man who was obsessed with the photo
Stereoscopes?
thing, the stereoscopes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he could be a photographer.
That's just a hobby.
He was just fucking obsessed.
It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. What?
What?
That is the wildest shit I've ever heard.
Ah, I see. Yes, now you've pointed it out. It's just as wild as Levi telling me that his
It's just
vacuum cleaner is in his walls.
I mean, I had one of those growing up.
Hey! Thank you, Miles.
We need to pick up. What the fuck are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you know,
You're
like a
just-
It's called a central
A central
bag.
back.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I had one in the house I grew up in.
What does that mean?
It's so
It
so
basically
you have
means there's
it,
like a...
it collects the shit you vacuum up in like a container like
Do you know
elsewhere
like a
in the
shop
house.
vac? How shop vacs have like the long tube that are like that have like a larger suction, but then there's like a big container in the back that like they fill up.
Yeah.
Like a shop like a central vac is like something. It basically is the same thing, but there are like ports around the house. You can like plug a vacuum into the wall and it'll go into a central system.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have a long ass tube that we just when we plug it
Yes.
into the wall, it
We just
turns
drag
it,
around.
turns it on. Yeah.
That's so wild.
With,
Right?
like multiple attachments.
Fucking
You just
Yeah.
have like you just have a
wild.
fucking dust pit somewhere hiding in your
Yeah.
walls.
Yeah, no, it's in our garage.
Though I will say ours got like kind of shitty after like 10 years. So we don't use it as much as we used to. Like we still use it sometimes, but like we mostly use like a regular vacuum cleaner because it is easier to move around the house and lighter.
Ours has been
But-
working since I was born and it's still kicking.
That's fucking.
Damn.
It's again.
You know, but I can't
That-
confirm that is a real thing.
But this is
I
a
know
heating
it's a real
jukebox.
thing, but I
It's wild.
now know this is a real
I get
thing
it.
as of like
It's still
4
wilder.
days ago. But it is
Yeah, of course
that
it
is
is.
as
Picture
wild to me
houses as, like,
as this thing where you
the
put
Disney Channel
coins
original movie
into.
Smart House.
You have
It-
to
well, it's
replace the bag in like there's a bag in the container that the tube goes to. The tubes all go to, but like
It's
we
basically
don't have
it's
to
like
replace it that often.
it's basically like there's a bin that it all gets sucked into.
Big ass bin. Yep.
It's yeah.
Anyway,
Because there are like already vents going all through the house. Like that's just how heating works, right? Like there are already
Right.
like
Yeah.
right.
vents and pipes and
Yeah,
going
I
through the
just
walls already.
feel like
So, like
that's
it's
a,
another
like-
set of them.
It's just like a weirdly like set like
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know
it's
how to
weird.
describe it. It's so like it's such a like. Don't forget to put the fucking dust pipes that's in the house.
You know, water, air,
Just
dust.
Dust pipe.
and goddamn, do not mix the three up.
I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here?
That was me, by the way, but I forgot that we were so busy talking about Central Max. That's right. That would buy you in about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating.
So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold?
Yes. Or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Don't forget to pay the dust bills! Oh, that's delightful. There's a separate bill for your dust. Just like there's a separate bill for everything else. So good.
As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of a former window tax that the Britons had to pay.
What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? That's extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh!
What is it, Mrs. Otto?
If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose.
Oh yeah, down in the corner.
Ooh!
Soap?
More soap!
Oh,
What?
yes, it looks as though an amateur's broken out a few of them just here.
What is going on with this fucking soap?
Was it Mr. Shamspeare who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room?
Look at this, Mr. Naruhodo!
More soap.
On the outside, there's a little ledge! And there's something on it!
What, outside? Let me look at
It's
it!
like you go over to the corner, you open the book, and it also has a cutout with soap in it.
We call it the floorboards and there's soap under them.
There's so much soap everywhere.
Oh, there's
Molly.
like a... Oh man, it's like that... I think it's like a gag bit that happens but it's like a trope where like someone says, I don't have a problem, and you're just like opening shit, like you open their suitcase and it's full of soap, you rip up the floorboards, it's full of soap, you rip open his mannequin, it's just soap.
There's a SpongeBob episode where they do that with
the
like
diapers,
pretty
yeah.
diapers, except you just
Oh,
replace all
yeah.
of it with soap.
Yeah, that's
And
what I was
these,
looking for.
And these.
That's
he died of the shame of knowing how much soap he owned.
Got so
Oh
clean,
shit,
he died.
Shasta! Shit, Shasta, instead of ramen, it's soap.
Oh my god.
Oh, people try to fix shit with ramen.
Mhm.
Oh. This is Susato.
Ugh, it's so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap. Sorry, I got so caught up in laughing with the soap that I forgot I had a line.
It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What's a bar of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside of the window?
I have no idea. No idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange,
Sato
isn't
tips
it?
them.
Bars of
ships these 2 bars of soap.
Bars of soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are 2 after all.
Oh dear. I suppose we could.
What did Gregson say?
Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap.
We already touched the bricks. Ah!
I thought it was gonna
Do you
be
see,
printed
in the
brick
middle
color.
there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but... Are they on a smuggling ring, but in soap?
Some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain.
It looks like the Hinamura flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful! It's probably a very expensive brand.
Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? The bar of soap has been entered into the court record.
A cheap bar of soap.
It's a cheap bar of soap. That was discovered just outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. It's one of 2 that were found there. Court record.
Quick, spin it. Spin it.
What?
We gotta spin it. See if we can open it up.
Spin the soap?
Examine it. Alex means examine it.
Oh,
I could have examined, but I mean spin.
Okay.
so there's opium inside.
This makes me uncomfortable.
Resin.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
It's like this side of the soap looks rancid.
This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it?
It's just a circle? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinamura design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is rather soap.
This is rather soap.
I suspect this is rather soap.
It doesn't
Rather,
seem
did I just totally
likely.
miss a word? I've done that
No.
before.
No,
I have
you
done
did
that
say it.
before.
Oh, I think Discord cut out for me, so I only heard this is rather soap.
This is rather soap.
Yes. That doesn't seem likely given who it belongs to.
Okay, guess we're not allowed to know things yet.
I mean, they don't have any reason to suspect that it's weird, I guess.
Shove your hand in there.
I don't know. I think the window being busted open and having soap in it would make me think the soap is weird.
Also, a man is dead. Like,
I mean,
I feel
yes,
puts this
but
picture
like,
on everything.
I don't know. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on.
This one looks like a king's attire.
A king? I've always dreamt of being a king.
Oh, I think you'd be more suited feudal lord. Like a daimyo? Or such like.
Daimyo, yep.
Is it...
Chonmage?
Okay, thank you. With a chonmage top knot? Every Japanese wishes he had a chonmage.
Oh, you'd look wonderful with one. And you already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? I ought to get looked at
You'd be
enough.
the coolest guy around. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. Both of them are cracked.
Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks?
A broken glass. Yes, he is so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. Donate your wine glasses.
Right? Sato, what?
What the poor really need.
You can suggest it next time we meet.
What's this?
Looks like a ripped part of a
Envelope?
It looks like
Huh.
part of an envelope, I think.
Yes, I think you might be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened.
Is that significant?
Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter, or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there?
She's right.
And yet here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
I agree. We'd better take this, just in case. The torn off end of an envelope has been entered into the court record. Oh, we haven't looked at him yet.
Oh, the poor man. So young to die. How old is he?
That's what I was wondering. 31.
Okay, he's not that young compared to some of the other
His
victims we've had,
fucking
but...
face!
He's got a troll
God.
face. He looks like troll face.
Mhm. He really
Oh, he
does.
does.
Oh man.
Ugh.
Problem.
Ugh. Ugh.
Horrifying.
Bad. Funny, but bad. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was?
I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul?
Sorry?
I made sure I had a reference at the ready for such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way.
Who wrote this book?
I will just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Great. Wonderful.
Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeare and his guests drank from last night.
Did someone just straight up give her the Bible? Susato has become Catholic?
Oh, God. Oh, I love her.
Someone has definitely drawn Susato in, like, nun's robes, right? Has to have been done. People do weird
Yeah.
shit like that.
But don't go drinking from the Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. At least one of them.
I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty.
That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from.
But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Mine now. Oh. The teacups used by Mr. Shamspeare and Mr. Natsume. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's.
Somebody's gonna be colorblind.
Oh yeah, they're red. They're red and green.
Red and green. I bet someone's gonna be colorblind.
What if he was attempting to kill Soseki?
A pair of teacups has been entered into the court record. I think... So, here's what I think. I think this fucking fool is Olive's brother. I think this is the dude we saw in the picture.
He does have the right hair color.
Unless it's the
Yeah.
wig.
He's wearing a wig. I think he's wearing a wig.
But if she's an artist, maybe he's an artist too.
Yeah,
He's
she's the
he's an
artist.
actor.
She's the artist, he's the actor. I bet she painted his set.
Right.
And that's why his
Aw.
last name is Shamspeare, because he is straight up lying about his name.
Yeah.
He had a
Yeah.
paintbrush in the picture of him.
Oh, he did. That's true.
But yeah, I mean, so he could did that, and then he probably tried to kill Soseki because he assumed that he's the one who put his. Oh, was
I
it
also
this
wonder-
fucking guy?
I wonder if they someone poisoned the gas line.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was the tea. I think that's my guess. That's my
Yeah.
wild guess.
Because otherwise,
guess.
why would they make a point of there being gas? You know, the way the gas worked.
Yeah.
is-
Unless they use it for time. Unless they use it as like this couldn't have happened at this point because the gas was off at X time, right? Like that also
Maybe.
could be a
Also
time. It could be a
nothing,
clock.
Also, the window was open. That would make it harder to poison someone like that, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
the window's
He
not.
there was a little bit of cracks, but
A little
it
bit of
wasn't. The hole wasn't completely open unless we
Right,
find
the
out
bricks-
somehow the hole was completely open.
The bricks were slotted in to, fit in. Like, obviously, there's going to be a little bit.
I'm taking a swing in the dark.
I think it's very likely that the gas definitely has something to do with,
Mm-hmm.
and that being the way they were poisoned would be intriguing. I think you're holding a snoop around, huh?
Yeah,
Nope,
I
it's
assume this
Gregson.
is- Okay, I thought it was
Looks
good, Deb.
Yeah, looks like you're having a snoop around, eh?
Oh no, I thought it was the other dude. I thought it was the dude he got in an argument with.
Oh, yeah, it was one of the two of them. They both live
Shin
here.
Man.
No.
The crazy
Chin Man. Inspector Gregson! Back so soon.
After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard.
Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then.
Oh, Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon.
She says
Oh,
cheerfully.
Oh!
God,
I'm sure
yeah.
we should
Oh,
probably go and...
thank God.
Yay!
Thank fucking God.
I saw him, like,
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
drop the
Zombie!
fork.
Gun and start shooting him.
I saw him drop the fork, and then he just, like, fucking zombies upright. Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
Did he just get hella drugged?
Oh yes, this animation.
Oh my God. Out, out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. Rots and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
I spent so much money on this. It was well deserved.
Now, how sounded the next part?
He forgot his lines.
'Tis a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Levi also
Gregson.
reading the other part of the line.
Fucking knows the fucking play this man's quoting.
Indeed! Oh, happy day!
Oh! What?
Death drop.
Walking Dead!
It's actually its finale is like airing this week, I think. The series finale.
When I checked, I thought I recognized that. That's Macbeth, by the way.
I like how Gregson fucking finished the quote and is now like, the feeling isn't dead at all. Wait, what?
It was just fucking.
Wait,
yeah, on the
what?
weekends he does like community theater, and so he didn't even like think about it. He just said it. It's like a Pavlovian response.
Right.
He's the on-book guy for the cast.
What was that nonsense he was saying, though? They chose the allegedly cursed Shakespeare play.
I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth.
I think he said so.
A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector
Okay, so he
Gregson
wasn't
evacuated
fucking
us
around.
from the scene of the crime, whatever that was now.
Oh, thank God.
That was brilliant.
That was
Hey!
amazing.
So good.
Where's the
That
guy?
whole segment.
That
That
fucker.
whole fucking segment was just so good.
That was
All of it,
brilliant.
like the investigating and then like the deduction. God, that was all just so fucking good. And the Soseki, like,
Basically having
I-
a panic attack. I'm like, I didn't do it.
I
Yeah, but
messaged
also,
the
like-
DGS channel in Right for Smash like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sad he's dead. I like to voice him. A couple people like reacted with pensive emojis.
So Seki keeps almost killing people, except he hasn't almost killed
Mhm.
anybody.
That's why I said almost.
He keeps being around
Oh.
when people almost die.
He
Yeah.
keeps almost killing people. Somebody else
The way
keeps
this-
killing people around
The way
him.
this street looks, and I know it's because the buildings are all old and fucked up, but it does look like we're poisoned with whatever poison he was. Like, it's a
And
little
everything's
bit
all
wobbly.
wiggly.
Yeah.
It's the 21st of February, Briar Road.
Whatever do you think will happen now?
We're going to talk to this dipshit.
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But it was an accident. Attempted suicide or attempted murder. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come into anything more than a night in the cells. Oh. What's this?
Ooh.
There he is.
Well, his bike's all fucked up.
What?
That's Natsume's bike, isn't it?
Yeah, that bike was
Oh,
fucked up last time.
Yeah.
What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying
Delivering
to see into
soap.
Saseki-san's lodgings.
Yeah, it does look like he's the soap delivery man.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You keep seeing things behind me.
Excuse me, could we have a word?
Ah! Why does he look like a bumblebee, man?
Is it Chin Man?
Yeah.
He just ran off.
Alright. That's it.
He did a little pose and he fucking vanished.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember.
Wait, William Robbins?
What?
on the right side of the street, the place is called William Robbins.
Yeah.
What's William Robbins?
William
Oh,
Robbins.
I thought it was funny.
Fractal.
Practical, optician?
Practical.
Oh, practical optician, maybe. Yeah.
I don't know if it was intended, but my brain was like, hey, that's the reverse of Robin Williams.
Oh yeah, maybe. You know this fucker is probably a Robin Williams joke. Like, he seems like the kind of character Robin Williams would play, the Chin Man.
That'd be a weird call.
It would be very weird, but he does, like, I can see the vibes.
I don't think this man has anything to do with the random signs on the side of the building.
I can see that being a joke about Robin Williams, but I don't think that's the guy.
I just mean they appear in the same place. It doesn't mean that they are, like, that's where he lives. It's just both signs are in the sign and the guy are in the same spot.
With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrett live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorest members of society filled in many of their windows.
But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely.
Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done.
Oh, yes. That is a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room.
I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation.
It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
The Gerdep household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's at a bit of a slant.
It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it?
Hello, Tony. And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Saseki-san has such a hunched back. He's scared all the time, just terrified.
The ceiling's coming and it's short. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garadep residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. I got all my vowels confused.
That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think?
No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted.
Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think.
Oh dear, I fear you may be right. Oh dear, poor guy.
London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built.
Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time.
Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems.
Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself.
Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry?
The last Great Exhibition was held in London, had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition.
I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed.
There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? No. Why would we do that when we could just sneak in with the crowd?
Sneak in?
Why has somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think?
That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body.
Really? But it already has a perfectly good body.
While it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow, perhaps this is a foreigner.
Really? What?
What?
And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Oh man, I know how he feels.
If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs.
Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? That's a bizarre thing to point out. I didn't know British snowmen were made up of only 2 balls. And apparently Japanese too. I wonder if that means anything or if it's just weird.
An American made it. There's a secret American running around.
Yeah, that actually could be an indication that, like, there's someone who isn't from either of those countries here, but...
Right.
Ew.
Maybe weird, Chin Man?
Or maybe Shamspear he's also lying about the fact that he's British. He's just an American theater kid who came to the UK.
And put on an accent.
Yeah.
You know,
Killed the Madonna.
I don't believe we visited this place for some time.
I don't know why this
You
made me
mean
think of
3
it, but when
days?
my mom was a broke actress in New York City, she and her friends would sneak into Broadway shows because people usually left after the first act, so it was easy to slip in to see the second one after intermission was over. Huh. That's so bizarre, only ever seeing the second half of a Broadway show. Yeah, it wasn't added to the court. I don't know if it's irrelevant, but sometimes things that aren't added to the court record come back in like small ways. It would be a fun little like foreshadowing thing, but that wasn't necessarily like an evidence type thing. Okay, let's go talk to Mr. Garadep. I want to destroy my throat.
You know that could be taken in several ways.
Yeah, it wouldn't have if you didn't say anything.
Yeah, Molly wants to.
I'm going to. You are not speaking.
Can we mute server mute Levi?
We're in the Garadep's
All I
room.
did was imply it. Levi said
I still regret nothing.
it.
You're on your second strike today, sir. Here we are again. Shasta?
I don't think that's what that means, Shasta.
That's not what that means.
Such things are not mutually exclusive.
Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode.
We're here because Mr. Jaredeb's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget.
Ugh, you chaps, huh? Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
It was quite a trial. As much as for Mr. Garadep as anyone, really.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bully nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garadeb.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know about that dead loss of an actor chap on the ground floor room.
Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Where did you set that down?
Don't worry about it.
It is very weird to see him from the front alone like this. I know we did before, but it's still weird. Oh, a copy of Friends magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is at most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Soto. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories.
Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally.
I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. There's a single apron drawing on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look.
No, Mr. Naruhodo. That's a real cannon.
I knew that. I was just testing you.
Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again.
Is there a war going on that I don't know about?
That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garadab?
Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted it.
Well, it might suit Lord Von Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs.
Very tactful, Missy Soto. Very tactful indeed.
She looked at him and said, what he needs is gaudier clothing.
Oh yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it?
Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garadab?
Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display.
Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments?
You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garadab.
Ah, that old portrait, drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Wonder if that's all. Did Olive
It's
use
the brother, or the brother.
Could be.
Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return.
Oh, I see. So, you did, presumably.
I fully well did not.
Oh!
A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent.
And yet it's still there, proudly on the wall. Just like a landlord. We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day.
Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now.
Oh dear. This must be a very difficult situation for you.
I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half. A rotten show all around.
He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. His wife's in prison. It's just a disaster. There's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. It's an oppressively grey scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partially blanketed in snow.
And the pavements where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife.
Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes, Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it?
I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with a chonmage top knot.
Well,
My brain didn't want to read any of that.
that's a good point.
I just couldn't get any of those words out.
That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there.
I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well.
Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know.
Oh,
Time has stood still. Now that's an interesting phrase. Might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office.
you could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo.
Impossible.
Absolutely not. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast.
Reminds me of the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know?
Ah, the experiences of a seasoned veteran.
Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for with the whole Bollock company. We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives.
Oh. I thought the story was going in a different direction, actually.
Well, the whole experience taught me one thing. I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for.
That's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. Good to see Mr. Gardeb's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall.
The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation," if you remember.
Yes, I
You remember?
remember. Because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Wouldn't know to look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know.
Devil may care. What did you get up to?
Well, all in the past now, of course, and best left there.
Best not, I want to know now. Tell me. Crimes? Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened.
Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But
Oh, Lord.
5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bully answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door.
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour.
It's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
Oh man, that's a mood. Solidarity with Rinosuke.
Yeah.
Well, you know, better safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or is a bully screw loose.
So, hard to choose which category Sasaki-san would fall into.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude.
I said that in my head, Susato. Stop it.
I can read your thoughts, of course.
Stop it.
He was doing research as well.
Research? Into what?
Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author.
I want to read Romeo and Hamlet.
He's known as Sao in Japan, Japanese, and as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me neither.
Seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there?
Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeare would have had much in common.
Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo? Really, how rude! Thought he was gonna do it too. Like he was gonna know her thoughts too.
After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well, no, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember. It's completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Mr. Garadeb noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose.
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there.
Well, thank you. It was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Sato?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garadeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs, not with his blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movement of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean.
Yeah,
That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy
Especially
on his
with the way that
tenants?
Tsusegi's room is packed floor to ceiling with books.
Right. Is that it?
I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bully outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
Because you're bored.
Then how did you know, Mr. Garadeb?
It's the gas, woman.
Yep.
Gas tells me everything.
The gas. Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I'd more or less work that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside.
Oh, do the pipes fucking clang when they have the gas turned on?
And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. It's properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house
Oh.
would dim for a moment.
What? They dim? Why?
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. He was being fucking gaslit. Like, that's literally where that comes from.
Right.
Right. Oh wow.
From there was a movie where like the lights in the house kept dimming, and the woman was trying to figure out, like a wife was trying to figure out why, and the husband kept being like, "No, you're going crazy. There's nothing wrong. The lights are totally fine. Nothing's happening." Turns out he was doing something really suspicious in the basement and had the lights on all the time. So that's what she was seeing, but he was trying to convince her she was going crazy. But that's
Yeah.
actually where the term gaslighting comes from.
Oh wow.
That might explain why the other lamps might dim momentarily, mightn't it? Mightn't it? That's a new one.
Mightn't it? Yes,
Mightn't it?
of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe.
Is it supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless. Long worn out. And barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter than the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it.
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out the lamps and fires.
Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fantastic. Gosh, that's fantastic, Mr. Garadeb. Absolutely fascinating. Fascinating, not fantastic.
Man's had
I'll be able to read one day.
He's had a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah, well, nothing to it, really.
And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garadeb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
A good idea.
Okay. I am gonna go get some more water, and then we'll go visit Natsume.
I'll be right back also.
I fell asleep just like a little bit.
Oh.
I'm surprisingly sleepy.
Yes, just sing for chat.
Just like I sing for your mom.
I'm sure she enjoys it. You have a pretty nice singing voice.
Oh, Selena wants to sing too. Come here, baby. Come here, hang out with me, my love.
One of my first one of my first like interactions with Alex was Alex being like, I want to sing a song, can you play the guitar for it?
Yes, it was, I'm gonna sing this song. You're like, oh shit, Ninja Sex Party. I am gonna play guitar. I was like, oh sure. Oh yeah.
Oh, was that it?
Yes.
Oh,
I was gonna do it, and then I was like, yeah, and it was like the easiest one to do without music. And you're like, you can do it with music. And I was like, how? And he was like, me.
Oh, shit. That's funny.
Me?
I fell asleep for a little bit, Molly.
Oh. Good morning.
I went and got ice cream.
That's fun.
Local prison
Now I've got a
cell
baby
9.
on my lap. We just woke up from her nap.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
He's about to
Shouldn't have
fucking
gotten ice
snap. He's about
Mr.
to
Natsume.
snap.
Have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me?
Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Sholmes.
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me.
To be fair, that was our fault.
Ah, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you!
Well, that sort of hurts.
Credit what credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too.
Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news.
Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Sir? Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's
Ha!
great, isn't it? Mr. Natsume?
It's terrible! Oh? I'm stuck in this cell, suffering for some silly, wrong end of the stick! You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions!
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, that selfish shyster! Make up your mind, are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William!
Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspeare was never actually dead in the first place.
Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course.
Uh-huh.
Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops.
Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you?
I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present!
Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story.
Ugh. Why am I cursed like this?
Just tell me, man. Good
sad music.
God.
God. Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume?
Nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful for your helping me with that accursed case yesterday. Sorry, it all stuttered.
The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back.
I'm hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, are we in English or Japanese? Oh, we're in English. We're in English. I called you Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah.
After the trial was over, I trudged my way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear.
So, you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before, it was the first time!
Then... what made you decide to go?
I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting, and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
That ties in with what Mr. Garadeb said, that the victim went out and came back after 8.
We met again later that evening, around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift.
So it was you who brought the tea that clearly had been drunk at the scene then?
And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a delightful debate.
Who would win in a fight?
Stronger.
I'm sure. Such stimulating subject, Shakespeare!
And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea?
No! Never! Not at all! Team Juliet won! That was me! And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it! Categorically!
Great. Now we all know. Romeo versus Juliet. Juliet wins.
She did live longer.
Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, and they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent. Obviously, there's a reason why it's so cheap. Because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed how?
The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Is that her brother?
That could be. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave or blinkered?
But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Ooh.
Gosh, was it really so awful? There were ghosts!
Ghosts!
Ghost! I already sound like one! How did this room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching
Are
me.
you sure it's not just your cat? Do you think it might have just been your mind playing tricks on you?
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. That is the funniest answer I've ever heard to that.
My mind doesn't know any tricks!
Know any tricks?
That feels like
It's
a
been-
lot like English isn't your native language, and you're like,
Mm-hmm.
Playing with the,
Yeah.
answering the expression literally.
yeah.
But it's also extremely funny.
Oh yeah, no, I love
I
it for that.
love that. I adore that. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place.
Shoot. Okay. A nightmare?
Boy.
You've been having bad dreams, you mean? I pressed my my mute button. I was making sure that I unmuted.
Oh, sorry for my I'm eating a plate of ice cream.
I thought I'm eating a puzz.
What?
What?
All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
That
would
really
be
is
wild.
horrible.
And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too.
It's Soseki Natsume, the first spirit medium.
The very same night that Mr. Shamsu was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
Are you sure it's not just your cat?
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible.
I think the cat's just sitting on your face, Soseki.
Yes, you're right, I know it. And that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history.
Jesus.
Uh,
Wow. Susada-san knows how to make the man listen.
of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Gadeb?
Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place.
Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. To make sure no one's being actively murdered.
To make sure no one's fucking dying. And probably why he was so, like, hot on the gun to kick the door down.
Because he was afraid he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Because it wouldn't be the first time someone's died in his house.
The last couple of it must have been recent, too.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm contagious.
Yeah, Saseki just moved in a week ago, so it's very possible that the person who died in the room he's currently renting died pretty recently.
Recently.
That would if that was Allah's brother, it would explain why she was even on Briar Road.
Right.
Yeah.
You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps. Oh dear, no. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Please, forget I said anything. Sorry, I keep trying to go too fast when she's excited, and then I get incoherent.
Good night, Em.
Oh, now you're talking. Good night, Em.
Good night.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
What's important is that Mr. Shamspeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come round and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
Gregson?
Or it's just a random cop.
Excuse me.
No, it was Gregson.
Excuse me.
Alright.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson.
I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Oh!
Which do you want first?
Always! Every time! The bad news comes first!
So Seki knows what's up.
Agreed.
When hope is all you have, hold on to it! That's my guiding principle.
Right, well, in that case, the good news it is.
Fuck you,
Oh,
dude.
fucker. Huh?
Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. I should have just done it.
Should just explain.
Then why did you ask me my preference?
As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come round now.
Yes, we saw it all happen in its terrifying glory.
He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, what? Isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell.
And that's the bad news.
Bad news, he said you killed him.
Sorry, no. It's not on the cards.
What? Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamspeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone?
Oh dear. You don't mean...
I can hear you
Sorry to say I
clinking.
do, yes. I love it, I love it. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume.
Ah!
Falls over.
Ah!
By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked caitiff. So Seki Natsume. I'm not going to do an impression.
No.
So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations.
No!
I appreciate the added H at the end there.
And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him.
If we fail, we break all of time.
Right?
I do appreciate that they, we've started out with, we know he didn't fucking do it. It's not well, what if? It's just,
Yeah.
No, he didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
We have the added cushion of real historic figure.
That is true. Too.
Imagine if they said, he did it, and then you helped him get away with it, and then they're just saying, yeah, Soseki Natsume,
He had a
politically
really
inclined and
shitty
famous.
time in England because he
He
accidentally
killed
poisoned somebody.
Which would be a wild and really funny thing to do.
It's the 22nd February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, didn't think I'd be back here so soon.
That's my line! Good morning!
Good morning, Mr. Natsume.
It was only 2 days ago I was declared not guilty here.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this? Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court.
Oh, but Soseki, you will! 3! He's appeared in court 3 times! One of them he wasn't the defendant, but he did keep coming to court.
You're right. He will keep going to court.
In this game, right?
I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed.
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh!
Great.
Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning.
It is morning.
So, here we are again. Yes, again.
I think Soseki is secretly Maya's ancestor. Sees /
What'd I
talks
say?
to ghosts. Always falsely
What'd I
accused
say?
of murder.
I said he was the. It's what I say. I said he was the first spirit medium.
I feel like
He's the Fey ancestor we've been waiting for.
I feel like they've explicitly
Faye.
said that it's
Yeah, Ami
passed
Faye is the
down.
first.
Yeah, and then
well,
it was
maybe they wanted to scrub him from history for whatever reason. He had a public
Being
persona.
a
They couldn't.
fucking weirdo.
He transitions and they accept him.
Aw.
I've seen lots of very good trans woman Maya headcanons for that exact reason.
Aww.
Hmm.
Oh, that's great actually, because it's supposed to be only women who can do the.
Yeah, and
The
Mia
thing.
stepping down is like an ultimate of affirmation of her sister being like a woman to take on the role after her.
Oh, that's
Good
great.
shit. It's some
actually.
really good shit, actually.
I love that. Yeah.
It's actually one of my favorite headcanons from this game. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress! What's the bad news?
God, I love him so much.
Me too.
He is the
My
best
friend of mine-
DGS character.
Before we played this game, a friend of mine who loves this character used the gif of him doing the arm waves whenever anything exciting happened, but it was one that had him going really fast. It was so that's all I knew about these whole games. This dude's little funky dance. That was it.
Oh, good.
And she said that she almost was laughing when I sent her the crab thing from last week.
Oh.
And she's like, okay, that almost made me throw up. And I was like,
the clip or the drawing?
the clip.
Oh, the way
clip
you your voice cracked on crab.
Yeah, the voice crack on crab like absolutely fucking got her because she hasn't seen me do this really.
Oh, that's great.
Delightful.
Oh dear. You heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry.
You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now what is it?
Well, it seems that the prosecutor in today's trial will be led by Lord Baron von Zeeks.
Yeah, that tracks.
Barack.
Whoa, no way.
Whoa,
This
crazy.
This isn't suspicious at all.
Von Zeeks?
Gah! Oh no. Oh no, no.
Man, you're due for 2 fucking curses, man.
That's true.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. The most legendary prosecutor in the land.
Just show the one with his leg on the table.
Man. Look at that hot piece
Please.
of ass.
Please, please, please. God, he's so hot.
In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Saseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still.
Oh.
No leg.
And he's like, leg.
Leg.
No leg.
Give me a leg.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all,
Got the 3 different voices.
yes, God, trying to keep up with these two talking to each other is a fucking nightmare. It's
Right.
so much fun and I love doing it. I didn't think these two would talk so much to each other, but they do all the time.
All the
And I'm sorry,
time.
this has been me talking to myself
no.
for the last, like, 3 scenes.
I love their voices that you do.
Yes, I know what you're thinking.
I'll be honest, I am so glad I got Soseki, and I wouldn't have picked any, like, these two I'm the most glad I think I've ever gotten in an Ace Attorney game. Except maybe Edgeworth. I think it's these two and Edgeworth are my top. I'm glad I got them.
Yeah.
Good.
I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor.
Oh no.
You'll be fine.
That even if a person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another.
There's a mini game in Mario Party 8 where you shake a can,
Uh-huh.
a can really fast,
Mhm.
and then like you open it up
Yeah.
and it sprays up in the air, and whoever
Uh-huh.
gets the highest wins.
He'd be really good at that.
Great.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's all I want to say.
Oh, it's a good non sequitur.
Thank you. And we've experienced it
Think about him
firsthand.
shaking a Wii remote.
A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal. Right here in the Old Bailey.
And we still haven't solved that mystery.
Yes, we did.
Right.
Yes, we did.
In this
Oh,
here,
Oh!
at this point.
Oh, yeah.
At this point in the
Yeah.
timeline, we haven't.
Yeah. We don't know.
So we still don't know. We still aren't sure that Van Zeeks didn't do it.
Right. At this
Right.
point, yeah.
Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again?
Yes, you're
Cursed
going
by
to like
evil
it.
spirits, and now by the Reaper.
Don't fear the
I'm
Reaper.
gonna die. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially.
Potentially.
Potentially. It could be fine. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yes?
I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone else now.
Don't worry. I'll be a steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go.
Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
Of course not. That's probably for the best.
Oh!
If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling.
What?
Mr. Naruhodo. God. Their names start with the same letter, and they're looking at each other, and they both start. They both address him that way. God. You're right. Yeah, yes, you're so right. Also, he has got me arrested twice now. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
I swear on this sword at my side, and on the spirit of Cosmo that it
Why
harbors.
do you have that?
I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor.
Oh, yes.
I have the soul of my best friend at my
sword,
hip.
actually. That's, like, really dark, man.
Listen, it is dark. I miss him so much. 22nd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Fucking Dracula-ass pose.
Hey, he's
In
back.
the name of Her Majesty the Court, I hereby declare the court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs.
Okay.
What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat.
It's not just in my imagination. It's really there. Lord Von Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
I saw it was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all.
Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Suseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
They are all people we've seen before.
You've been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial.
Have they now? Have they been chosen at random?
At random?
See, I have a feeling one of them's Bruce fucking Fairplay.
From the 12 people that exist in London.
Absolutely.
Oh my
I had
God.
a feeling this
Come on.
larrikin wasn't innocent before.
got it in one.
And
Are
I
they
see
the
a racist lady
same?
next to him.
Are they the
It's the same
same
fuck
jury
jury.
from the last
Oh
case?
my god, come on.
Oh, please.
Oh, it's her!
And
I
it's
must
him.
say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
That's why he looks so fucking familiar. It's
Oh.
him.
It straight up is
my
him.
God, it is.
Oh my god,
Is this me?
dude.
I don't
I think
remember.
so, yeah. No, yeah, it was definitely
I don't
yeah.
think it was.
No,
Really?
you were the guy with the
This
knife.
was
I think
Alex,
it was
and
me,
then it was
and then it
me.
was Shasta. I want to be that lady. So
Sure, I wanted to be her. Fine. Take all the fun ones.
No, let Shasta be the lady.
Shasta,
Aw.
Alex, you got to be fucking,
You get to be Olive and Iris
You got to be fucking Giselle.
and Giselle.
Yeah.
Giselle.
You can be this silly foppish lad.
This doofus.
Oh, I don't even remember what the fuck his voice was. Oh, well, I'd rather like how you're wearing your hat, but I think the ruthless look is quite refreshing, actually. I don't know. If
What are you
voice-
doing? Just give him a different
Sending it
voice.
to Russian.
It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. They'll find it, they'll find it.
British.
You'll find it.
It stopped in the middle of it. Why is her head so big?
Holy fuck.
It is a little bit big. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this.
Who the fuck is she?
That's the new one.
No. Yeah,
I couldn't
she's
agree
the only
more.
new one.
I need to take him 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. This is also me?
It was you. It was me, and then it was you when I left.
Uh,
I mean, you did a great old
you
man.
can have him. Me?
Oh, my,
No.
well,
Yeah.
Who's who? What? Okay.
Levi.
Is Levi doing this?
Oh, okay, alright. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
Is he a plaster now?
Right.
The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of the judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt.
6 citizens of London chosen at random. Or at least, that's the idea.
Prosecution will draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago.
Some of them were on the jury only 2 days ago. I think they remember.
Yeah.
Didn't Iris say she was here
Oh.
for this case?
She might come in later.
Where is she? I guess?
Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Oh.
That makes sense. So the lady's replacing Mrs. Garadeb.
Ah.
Gotcha.
Iris is hiding under the desk. She's not tall enough yet. She needs 4 months.
Very well. Let us commence the trial. Lord Wednesday, your opening statement, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences.
Fuck off.
Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
Yes.
There we go. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself Alex, I think you should be old man. I'm doing a
Yeah.
lot.
Sorry, I can't. My headphones literally fell off right as you said my name.
I said,
Yeah.
I said I think you should be old man because I'm doing a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I forgot Gregson is gonna show up, and yeah, so
Yeah.
when jury stuff happens, you can be the old guy. I have to go use the bathroom, so we'll come back to them in a second.
We'll just
Oops.
look at him.
Yeah.
I'll do the same. I'll be right back.
Yes.
That's real slow. Real fucking slow. There is, I think, one person new that I've seen, like, that is coming up eventually. I don't know when, but I've seen them, and I don't, like, it's a person that I've never seen, like, in anything before. I don't think they're a recurring character, but they are popular because I've seen a lot of fan art of them. And they look very. I want them.
I may have an idea because I have seen a person who, knowing what they look like, I understand. And I will vow when she shows.
Ah.
I'm assuming she.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. It's like what, like, I was looking up. I looked up just DGS1. Of course, there were other stuff, but
There's a hottie with the booty.
With the Bodhi in this case. Well, there is Mr. Shakespeare man who is not a dead body, but does do a death drop. Which, God, I hope he testifies. He's alive. Let him testify.
Right.
God, please.
I am
Also,
dreading.
there is someone I know who's coming up that I really want. But I have a feeling I'll get him anyway, knowing the type of people I get cast as.
Okay, yeah, we're using different pronouns, so we're good. We're good.
Oh yeah, no, it's not the same. It's not who. I think I know who you're talking about. Like, I think I actually know this person's
Right.
name because it's
Okay.
gotten extremely confusing.
Oh, okay. Another one that shares a name in a different game.
Yes.
Genius.
Oh.
10 out of 10. I'm so glad that they fucking did that again. I'm dreading for when Mr. Bumblebee man testifies.
Translation, so they didn't do it really.
Oh, fan translation.
the fan
character,
translation
gotcha.
did.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it's confusing. I think.
Okay. I'm dreading for when Mr. fucking Chin Man has to fucking testify.
I mean, you don't have to be Chin Man again.
I'm gonna be Chin Man.
Okay.
No, Alex is has
I'm
decided
just saying,
this.
like, if you don't have to do it.
I do.
Okay, then you can.
It's about the consistency. He only had like two
He
lines
had, like-
previously, and it was yelling at the.
I have to click into the game. Okay.
Levi said that one, but very slowly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I wasn't here, so.
So it doesn't count.
Well, I said it again now.
Yeah, and there's a new line.
Oh, fuck.
God damn it!
Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Alex, thanks for lurking, because that's definitely what you're
You're
doing
welcome.
right now. And Izzy
I'm
redeemed
so
a
lurking.
stretch. So, everybody do a stretchy. Get your joints all loose up.
I'm in the middle of knitting a stitch. I will when I'm done.
No, you have to do it while you knit. Right now.
No, I'm done. I got it.
Gosh. Oh my god, I should stretch more often.
Yeah, God.
The more I stretch, the more pain I feel.
Alright,
Hey,
well
don't
you
stretch.
you stretch
back here.
carefully. God damn it, Alex. The fuck is wrong with you?
Do some hand stretches. We're all on our computers too much.
Right. Just do
Do a neck
some
snap.
like just do some light
Not
wrist
you, Alex.
Some light wrist pulses.
Uh-huh. I got a doctor's appointment next week.
That's
you.
good.
It's
God.
virtual.
Well,
What?
I mean, they're doing
It's
like a
virtual, they
they're
call
doing
me.
a consultation.
Yeah. I mean, no one's gonna like do my surgery on Thursday. That's not gonna happen. It's just talking to the surgeon, and he's like, "Hey, what's up? How's your back?" And then say bad, and then that's it. That's the whole conversation.
I'm sure.
Yep.
Ah, so Seki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. I almost forgot how to pronounce my own last name.
Did they always introduce themselves like that, or has it just been this case that suddenly everyone's been introducing themselves with from the Empire of Japan?
I think it's been more in this case, but I think they've done it.
I don't remember.
My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Might be because in the other games they set up more who they are, and so in this game they're basically they're repeating that as a reminder as opposed to doing the setup of his whole deal.
Right.
That's fair.
Mr. Natsume.
Yes, my lord, sir.
I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again.
Well, it's not for lack of trying.
I'll remember it as if it were yesterday.
It probably was.
The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough.
Believe me, this is the last place I want to be.
Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Gerardab household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Yes, a chilling scene indeed. That man certainly looks deceased. What you say?
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
There's a weird stain underneath the gas meter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't notice that before, if it was even there. That's really high def.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court.
The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record.
Now then, Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, Nat.
Yes.
Mr. Natsume.
It was Saseki's cat. Wahagai did it. The P.
Wagahai.
Maybe we'll see the transfer of Cat over to Iris in this case.
Probably.
Huh.
As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits.
Good gracious. What's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times.
Killed, Mr. Natsume? Hail.
Even on that fatal night it happened. When I returned from Shamspeare's room... You stupid fuck. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long... The stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me!
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume.
Alex, you know what? I was thinking the exact same fucking thing. That he's the Larry of this. Like, he keeps joining up, we gotta keep defending it, he's our friend.
He testified
nervous wreck.
more than literally anyone else. Except for maybe Gregson. But, like, he's, like, not a cop. Like, he has nothing to do with it. It's just... He just keeps
always showing up.
testifies. Yeah.
He was
But
Larry's
it's so cold!
ancestor.
My runny nose freeze! It's where we get it. Where doesn't Larry end Ace Attorney 3 with wanting to go write children's books? Like, that's like actually what Larry does. Is he goes on to, like,
Yeah.
he wants to be a children's book author.
As primarily as the artist for them, but like, yeah, I mean, he would
Because
also write them.
his mentor Misty was a children's book author.
Holy
That's
shit.
actually kind of a funny thread. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh. Why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Thank you, witnesses. Believe I have a reasonably clear picture of the events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal.
Hey there, little guy. Look at this
Oh,
mouse.
heck.
I shall call you Trevor. I wanted to be number 1. Alex, thank you for gifting 2 subs out to Scooter Rooney and Kepler7.
I have no idea who those people are.
Trevor. They're Trevor now.
They're Trevor. Belmont.
No.
I wish.
And he has named the true culprit.
Oh, yeah,
right.
Scoot is
Scoot
Maggie.
is Maggie. Scooter Rooney is Maggie. So
Oh.
you've at least gifted to one person we know. I don't remember who Kepler
There you go.
is. You are all Trevor, to be fair. Anybody who
Mhm.
has a sub to me is a cute little mouse named Trevor.
And anyone who subs to me is a goddamn kill-stealing asshole.
The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
I was scratching my eye when I read that, and I thought he said accursed. And I'm like, yeah, also true.
Order! Order!
Yes. That's the crux of this whole case. So if Saseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsume, what do you have to say to this accusation?
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never really touched tea again! Never!
The public pump was frozen, you say?
That's not information we've heard before.
That will do then, thank you. Now, according to all laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. Presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you'll give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Yeah. Yes, my lord!
Yee. The catastrophic night.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room and around 11. My tea was completely harmless! He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Ooh, hold on. Ooh. That's not nice heartburn.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Levi's
having
would
the
poison.
realization
I said.
I think you're having the
Levi,
realization that strychnine is just worse. Is just androquinine again.
The victim
So
would have been
strychnine's real.
Wow.
perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left.
Well, actually,
The argument still
Isn't
stands.
actor-quinine real too?
Yes.
No, I think that one's made up.
Hmm.
No.
No,
Really?
I think atroquinine's real.
Look, what is real and what isn't real in the Ace Attorney universe is like a fucking toss-up. Cancer, real. Incuritis, not real. But like,
Okay, yeah,
they're
no,
used
actor-quinine
interchangeably.
is fake, but strychnine is real.
Ah.
Hmm.
I see the strychnine that I sent you is taking effect nicely.
It's still you, Levi.
I said it. Oh.
Yes, I see. All seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony doesn't raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that?
We stole the teacups, they couldn't have.
That's true. Levi.
Well, as it happens now, we haven't been able to.
Man, you're really getting fucked up by that poison.
Sorry.
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspected substance.
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop.
It would still be like on the cup.
Residue, my man.
Someone
Look at
must
the
have
residue on the goddamn table.
been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question.
I see. Thank you. The matter is clear.
Pass your eyes over the jewelry, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused guilt. God damn, look at her.
Why does she
Oh,
look
my.
like that?
Oh boy. Oh.
She looks like a different art style from everyone else.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, everyone
So this
looks.
case is on for 2 minutes.
Why are you staring at me?
Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
So how is the old man going to be involved in this case this time?
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't.
The old man runs the theater that Shakespeare was at. Or Shakespeare.
He's a fucking patron of the arts. He's got a lot of
Counsel
doctor
for
money.
defense. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
Oh, no, we weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never, ever!
That bitch thought Romeo was better.
True. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shamspears fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature.
Thanks.
Good God.
Usually it's a little bit veiled. That's just straight up racist.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, fuck it.
Every now and then he does say something extremely direct,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh yeah.
Alright.
He just ignores
No
it.
one's gonna talk about it.
And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume?
It was the day of my last trial, when I was acquitted. I'd just arrived back at my lodgings, when I ran into Mr. Shamspeare outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No! Not one! Not two! Not any! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel.
Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? Oh, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord! Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
Romeo and Juliet.
Who was stronger?
I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion, but more quickly with a reenactment. Oh my god.
Oh my god, did he poison himself?
Oh.
No. Soseki was on the side of Juliet.
I know.
Yeah, but he was trying to prove that Juliet was weaker, so he was gonna kill himself. Or not dead. I don't
Oh,
understand.
wait, no, sorry.
this.
No, wait, because she's
She wasn't
unconscious
poisoned.
asleep. He
Yeah, she was
poisons
stabbed.
himself,
Yes.
and then she stabs herself with his knife.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, oh, actually, you're right. Then he would do it.
Yeah, he
That's-
would
Yeah.
absolutely do it.
Oh my god.
To show that Romeo was stronger. What? Because it hurt more? Like, I still don't understand what the justification of Romeo being stronger because he drank a poison.
I don't know either.
Look to you, chugs poison. Like,
I don't know.
God.
I don't know. But
it's like, yes, you just proved that when you drink poison, you die. Like, what? Like, what are you trying to do here?
running theory, he definitely did this to himself, and now because Soseki won the argument, he's trying to get him put in jail.
Oh, that's some
He's-
petty
I
shit.
want it so bad. And he was I fully think that he didn't pass out when we talked to him, or when he like got up and talked. I think he just did a death just for the drama.
And then he actually passed out while in the death drop.
Yes, that was a very particular like
He was still
positioning
so
of his
weak, he
legs.
just passed out.
Yeah, he did a death drop and was like, "All right, I'm just gonna stay here for a little bit."
So we battled it out in Greco-Roman style, naturally.
You got
Fucking
naked.
wrestled.
What?
They fucking wrestled.
What?
Mr. Shamspear had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest.
You don't
They
need
did Roman
costume.
acting. They did like old. They did like.
Oh yeah.
They actually.
Oh my
So,
god.
when you say
This is so good.
a reenactment, you mean you were actually
Please.
in costume?
Please do a flashback.
He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle.
Oh jeez, we
Wow.
first reenacted their wedding night.
I'm sorry.
Then we got to the murder scenes.
They didn't get married before they died.
Yeah, they did.
Did they?
That's a whole. That's
They
like
did.
a whole. They did.
Yeah,
There's
they,
like a whole
they
scene.
get
where-
married.
Oh right, they like do it.
A Friar Lawrence
and then
marries
he
them.
like spends the
Right.
night at her place.
It's been so long.
I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. What a guy.
Oh,
Juliet, stop. You heard it here first.
She
Oh.
is.
of course she is.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
Juliet under the ring with a steel chair.
Juliet under the ring with a
Slam
steel
off the top
chair! A steel chair slammed off the top rope! Oh, Romeo, that's gotta hurt.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim. Correct.
Yeah, but if he was poisoned and then he was doing strenuous activity, you would think it would go faster.
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
I wanted to do something nice. To be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion?
The man was poisoned.
My tea was harmless, of course it was.
And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
I mean, I guess Soseki drank it too.
Hold it!
Yes, there's not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anyway, was there?
That's correct. Anyone who would think the fellow had never had a bottle of tea before, he must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
And you say that you
licks their
returned...
tea dry.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume. Someone who is starving, I guess.
Gotta eat the dregs.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it.
This
The
guy's
landlord
thirsty.
was able to verify that as happens. Someone thirsty. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how is the landlord able to attest to this?
He said it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps, Inspector.
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps and other parts of the house flicker.
Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and going of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspeare's room, I know that one for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right! My tea was harmless! Completely harmless!
I do want to know what's up with the soap, though. Why was it on the table?
If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that!
Well, not this guy. He's too lanky.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Strychnine.
Hold it!
How long does it take the symptoms to appear, then?
According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed.
Well, then, couldn't have been. Right? Maybe. Garadeb said that, Shamspeare turned in at 1.
And the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation.
So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure.
Oh dear. Death by poisoning again. It's almost so awful.
30 minutes is a long... 30 minutes is a long time.
You're really having trouble with
Right?
it today.
I don't know why. Brain's tired, I guess. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left.
You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi.
I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it.
Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
The victim's medical report has been entered into the court record.
The judge's voice is already tenuous. I can't try and court record it.
Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms.
Great.
Delayed onset of sisters.
Yep.
Yes, we will encounter Mia and Maya Fey 100 years down the line.
Alright. Victim, William Shamspeare, 31. Cause of coma. ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing.
You don't put that on an autopsy or like a medical report. You just say that he was poisoned. You don't say where it came from. You don't know.
Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on the 21st of February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Right. Well, if they think it occurred at 1:30 a.m., then Soseki didn't do it.
Yeah. Bruce Fairplay did.
Apparently.
Why is that picture in such high def?
They're all like that. Oh.
Yeah, but that one's like especially.
Wait. So one of them has like a line showing that there was something like a drink in there.
They both have stains on the rims, but the one that Shamsphere drank out of has a rim.
That's not good.
This must be the cup that Mr. Shamsphere was drinking from, then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea.
Oh, really? I've never noticed before.
I have. All my mugs are stained because I keep forgetting to dump them. Like, I leave them on my table, and then they've got, like, so many tea stains in them. God.
Yep. That's why you have to get dark-colored mugs. Then you'll never know.
Yeah, that is a good point. You've never noticed.
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Brewster and Animal Crossing screams at you to drink your boiling hot coffee. And glares at you if you don't.
Oh dear. So many people have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese.
It's not really a culture.
What a dunk.
Oh, good. Good.
You're at risk of losing your Japanese card.
Okay, so
This is the tea come from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
So this is suggesting that Mr. Natsume
Didn't
guzzled
have tea.
his tea, and
Oh,
Mr.
that-
Shamsphere let it sit in the cup.
His time.
Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is clean.
I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down, too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you on the proper way to take tea.
The details of the pair of teacups have been updated in the court record. Yeah, there's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. Interesting. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it, it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And coming from the angle of the rib here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Mr. Sato? I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never!
I don't think that's true. Wait. Wait.
It's gone! Where'd it go?
Oh shit!
Wait.
Did it melt? Is
Oh.
that why it was on the windowsill? It was something that was frozen. It was the tea! It was frozen tea!
What?
That would. What?
They're
It's
I mean,
winter
you're-
time.
frozen tea cubes.
What?
Oh my god. Yeah, wait. That's interesting.
If he couldn't afford tea for himself, maybe he didn't ever drink the tea at all. Maybe he would pour it into the mold so he could save it for later
Okay,
and
but
put it
Well,
out on
this
the
is the first time-
windowsill.
So this is the first time he said they've done this.
Well, maybe he wanted to save it for later.
So he hid it in soap? I think if it's anything to do with tea, it's a smuggling thing. Like, I'm still
Right.
thinking, like, I'm like, why else the fuck would they do this with soap, of all things?
Right.
bad poisonous soap to boot.
Because they're dinguses. But, like, I could, like, it would make sense if it was some kind of ice cube. That's why it was on the windowsill, so it could keep frozen. And now that
So-
it's been off the windowsill for a few hours, it's melted.
That makes sense, it was covered in snow at the time.
Yeah, and it
What
was
is it, Mr.
like
Naruto?
round to put in the tea.
This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one.
Yes, you're right, I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty.
Where could the disc have gone? The details of the bar of soap have been updated in the coin record. The little reddish.
Someone should check their pockets and see if your pants are wet. Like
The little reddish medallion
From yesterday?
gone.
from today, from
No, it was
this bar of
yesterday.
soap being melted.
No,
It
but we
was
took
yesterday?
the bar of soap yesterday, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the same day.
No.
It was the next morning.
Objection.
Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct?
Yes!
And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally?
Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. I like that he calls him Sunshine. Miss that.
Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
A chrono what? What are you on about? This is your native language, Gregson.
According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11.
Ah!
Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there.
Mm.
In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left?
Ah!
Why
That
did
was
they both do it?
So Seki's easily startled.
Oh my god.
So Seki might also be one. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zakes?
With some wine.
Gotta get the drink out. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon.
Also, sir, it is like 9 a.m.
I like to plan ahead.
He's drinking wine at 9 in the morning.
He's got a lot of things going on, and his alcoholism is not the worst of it.
How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
A phantom?
Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
He'd never drink it.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's
Kanpai.
hot.
Objection!
Right. And in my country, there's an even more apt saying.
Fuck you.
There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
That is
it?
not
really?
something
Is
that
that-
Sounds
people
like
in Great
bullshit.
Britain
Who
say.
told you that?
They
Who
do.
told you that, Van Zeke?
That is a
Cut to the
That's why he
the
drinks
judge.
wine, because he's always
Van-
trying to drink his tea cold.
Van Zeeks is from America.
Oh shit! He's a secret
Oh my
American.
God.
He made the snowman.
Van Zeeks is a secret American. Van Zeeks made that snowman.
The whole accent is complete bullshit.
Oh. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Council?
Van Zeke's of South Carolina. Becomes a much different.
He's Apollo's ancestor.
Apollo finds out his ancestor is this fucking guy, and he's like, God damn it. Fucking God, why? Of all the cool people, everyone else gets cool ancestors, and I get this fucker?
Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor.
I will physically remove you.
I'm not gonna commit to it.
That wasn't that bad. That was funny. For the one line, that was funny.
When he
It
does his
takes a lot for me to
breakdown.
defend Levi. On this one.
Damn. All right.
I mean, the last two ones have been worth getting kicked from the goddamn call. But the accent is not that. That was funny. I'll stand by that one.
It's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
What? Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. Which is my actual theory.
I was about to add that.
Get fucked.
You suggest this might have been a suicide, Council?
Objection!
Well, attempted. Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide.
Categorically.
Yeah, right?
I wish
Fuck that word.
I wish we could see the written statement that Gregson said that he made, because it might it just might be parsable where he's saying it's Soseki's fault that he took the poison because of the argument. He wasn't trying to kill
Oh my-
himself. He was trying to prove that Romeo was stronger.
The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Objection.
But he could be lying. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
The second one. The music stopped too.
Yep, that's fair.
Did you really just?
Something wrong, Lord Fenzeeks.
Oh, boy.
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage?
It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Out, out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow.
A lot of
boy.
weepies in this
Oh
room.
boy, fuck me, dude.
Oh, good God.
Oh, good.
They spend so much money on just this man.
A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Is the pin on his hat Garradeb's medal?
Oh.
It might be. That's really funny.
Who, sir, are you?
He's not a tenant, he's actually Garradeb's son. They just don't want to talk about him.
William Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim.
What?
That's fucking rare. Actually, like, never. Have we ever had a victim?
Waltz
Witness?
into court? No.
I love it. I love it so much.
What's he doing here?
Sorry, guys, I feel bad.
If you need a break, like, you can definitely be like, no, I can't do this right now. Someone else do it.
I think I'll have a break, thank goodness, in 5 minutes.
Oh.
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand.
No, we're gonna go late, just for this, just to piss you off.
With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Oh my lord.
I love this fucker. Happy am I, Shamspeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord.
But I still have my own to tell. My own tale of what woe? I can regale the court with my tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
Quite well do, Mr. Nutsmay. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Oh God.
Oh, hey!
There he is.
What the fuck are you doing here? No one
Alright,
asked
so
you.
that's Mr. Shamspeare. But who's the other man beside him?
We're a package deal.
Yes,
He's my boyfriend.
I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of that man before.
Now that Gregson's not here, that's better.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Chin! You're correct, Henny. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
What if I
Who
stop
invited this guy?
right now
What if you stop right here?
and we don't get to find out who he is until next week?
I want to at
Oh,
least
I
know
do
the
wanna-
puns
I
so
need
that
to
I
know.
can
I
make
need
fun
to
of
know
it.
his
Come on.
name. I need to know his name. He's definitely a
We've
B.
got 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes.
In which the whole class says to the teacher, no, class ends in 3 minutes. A writer of words so sweet. They do scent the breeze. The breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth.
Okay, but listen, I have to do it every time that we are close to ending the stream and something important is about to happen. I have to.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have to.
You have to tease
say
it.
I have to do it.
The
The
monster's got
unrivaled
me.
poet, the unmatched scribe William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
They could have called him William Fakespeare.
The name's Meterman. Adrian B. Meterman. What?
Adrian? Probably Adrian.
B. Meterman?
I want to know what the B is.
I mean, it's Bumblebee.
This man be
Like a-
the meter man.
A
No.
drone bee meter man?
Yeah, a drone bee.
Oh, he's like a drone.
A drone bee
Yeah.
meter man.
Yeah, that's it. It's Chin Jiggle!
I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office.
There is a guy whose fucking job it is to read the gas meter. you
Yeah!
Oh my god.
fuck. Oh, I remember
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
It was
I
yesterday
did.
on Briar Road.
I definitely
Where's that
fucking
guy?
did.
Oh, yes. She's right, it's him. Weirdo at the window. Oh, what's this?
Oh well. Oh, we made this. You made this. You made this.
I made that exact joke.
What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings.
I don't know how I'm never the one who makes the Owo joke.
You never get
There's
to.
something wrong with Naruto.
Excuse me. Could we have a word?
Ah! Get fucked! He just flicks him off and disappears.
Fucking pieces out. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadep's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case?
Guess we'll find out.
So, William Shakespeare, you are a victim in this miserable affair, correct?
We're gonna have a gruff off, Shasta. And you're gonna win. Because I'm gonna die before I can get it.
Oh hell! Do you command me to remember?
That is why you're
Command
almost
you to do
is.
something.
That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed.
Me's a serf!
Me,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's hilarious.
Pushing it, buddy.
Can we
pushing
end on
it.
this? Can we end on this? Can this be it? Can this be the stream? Can we stay on this beat for the
The
For
next
a
week, next
whole
week.
week.
Yeah.
a whole fucking week?
Me's a seraph. I can't fucking...
Me's a serif!
Me's a serif.
Oh, how
I'm
could you
surprised
not
it's
be
Italian.
How could you not be enjoying this game right now?
Oh, this game's so fucking good.
I'm asking because there's a guy in Right for Smash who doesn't like this game, and I'm just like, how? What are you fucking? He's like halfway through the game. Like, how are you not having a
Damn.
good time?
They spent so much money on this one dipshit. and I appreciate it so much.
Oh my gosh. Alrighty. Thank you.
I couldn't tell if it was going to be really important or never show up because he was hard to animate.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. We will be back with more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles next Thursday. In the meantime, we will continue reading Dracula on Sunday, and I'll be playing a game on Tuesday. I don't know what game I'm going to be playing yet, but there will be one, so stay tuned for that.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I'm going to play Rock, Paper, Scissors for 4 hours.
Yeah. I don't see a problem. Just keep playing it on Satisfactory. All we do is play Rock, Paper, Scissors.
Great. So look forward to Rock, Paper, Scissors on Tuesday. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And I will see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.